And there we go, sound 2. And it looks like I need a shave. And it looks like I need to open up Redot. Favorites. Let's see here. Oh, yes. You can't see that until I switch to desktop, which is just fine. Run this sucker. And then look at all this. Hmm. I like doing it full screen. And the only reason I'm doing it this way is so that I can have the chat on my main screen. I know there are plugins out there. I got OBS 29, which is an older version. I had to find something with an older version. In any case, let's go ahead and start this. Okay, here we go. I'm already way past time. Well, only 15 minutes in, I guess. I mean, I guess that's all right. But okay. I guess I'm not very exciting right this second, and that's okay. Okay, so what have I been doing? I have been well, I've been actually working on the game part, actual game part here. In fact, is that okay? That's 99. All right, let's go to Hubert Home. Let me look at this and see what we got here. Hubert pulls open the door on the box and puts a single silver ticket into it, and then says the destination out loud: John Thomas, Cerulean, Benny Wonky Chocolate Bar. Oh, inside the wrapper. Hubert then just waits. Right, 1 to continue, 0 to quit. Okay, and then we come to Cerulean. So this happens in between here. So this is our waiting period, and so the question here is there something I can do to put some interesting choices in here? Okay, so basically this is the card as it existed, or as the first Cerulean card, and this is what the text is, which is now in Cerulean 2. It's just, duplicated. So the room is duplicated there. And then so now here's the thing. Okay, so this is using the magic mailbox, and I've already determined the magic mailbox is slow, or slower than casting a spell, but it's more reliable. So that means that in the meantime, John has got to do some stuff. I haven't really figured out anything specific other than the fact that he ends up going back to the library, and he ends up looking at Unicorn Sign Language, the book. I suppose it's possible it could be at home that he checked it out. Maybe he's carrying the book on his person. Okay, and all this is just it's just a setup for later, because if you choose the spell method, you're not going to see this thing about Unicorn Sign Language. It's just gonna come out of the blue. And I don't know if that's like bad design or bad storytelling, right? Obviously, it's a good thing to kind of pre-shadow something that's going to happen later. They do it in movies a lot, or at least the good ones do, where there's an item or there's something that they're speaking about or whatever, and then they completely disregard it for most of the movie until they need it, and then it pops out again. Like, oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot I had this. I had this skeleton key in my pocket. We could have been out any time, or it's that sort of thing where they kind of set up things ahead of time so that when you get to it, you're kind of invested, mentally invested in what's going on, and you're like, and it kind of brings you back to like the beginning of the movie. Like, oh yeah, I forgot that there's that thing there. I forgot they said that, or remember when this happened. So this thing is just it's not really included in anything. It's not a puzzle, but it's a setup for what happens later. Of course, if you don't do the mailbox thing, you're not going to see this. Why? Because John isn't going to be wandering around home for a day if he goes the spell route. So I have to make a decision. I have to actually come up with something here where either it just says what it says. He waits a day, he comes back the next day, he gets finds the ticket, and then you know, and there you go. So like I can add a bunch of stuff. It doesn't really add that much to the story, and I haven't really thought of a puzzle that has to do with that. If I wanted to make the book like a thing you had to have before actually going to Enchanted Lands, uh, I could create a whole puzzle and everything. But then when you got the spell, you wouldn't have that, and so um, and that might not be a big deal if I had like a save state system, or you know like reusable rooms and all this thing. You know what? Something's bothering me here. I wonder if I could turn out the bottom. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with here. So either I just make a like and obviously I had already said that I'm showing my fatness here by trying to put my leg up on my desk here. Otherwise, you can't really tell my weight by looking at me in the face. Well, I'm a little round face though, for sure. But anyways, doesn't really matter. Um, okay, so I'm gonna have to make a decision here. Okay, so either I have a rigmarole where there's a puzzle and everything, but that means um, it's something that's required for later, and I can't really have a required thing for later exactly, unless they both have the required thing. I suppose one way I could do it is not sure. So I gotta at least do something here, one thing here. I might just says he waits around for a day or something. And that's the other thing. Even in the final game, I have these two methods, right? Um, and the first method doesn't involve him doing anything in our realm. So if it's an important thing, like at one point I was gonna have, I was actually, when I was thinking about just being the main guy and not having multiple player characters and stuff, I was thinking we would start with John and we'd start some of the early gameplay. That'd be to establish the thing like he's works in the library and in order to get a piece of Quicksilver, he had to actually go to the library at one point and find a book that has it in it. And there's going to be some puzzle aspect to that. I mean, I can still do that, I guess, in a way, because of how he gets into the lands in the first place. But that that also makes it where it's John that actually is the motivator, is the thing that actually goes to Enchanted Lands rather than being brought there, which is kind of the whole kind of premise of this part of the story, is that Hubert needs some external help, or he wants some external help because he doesn't know who he can trust on the inside, except for like a couple of friends, which he'll trust later. But so he wants to bring somebody from the outside in to get a fresh perspective, and that's why he settles on John, and that's why when we actually start, we're actually starting with Hubert. We're not actually starting with John, who's arguably the most important character in the story. But in a one sense, he John isn't really driving the story per se. Hubert is more or less driving the story. Typically, story, hero's journey, and all that. They have the mentor figure, which is your wizard, it's your Obi-Wan Kenobi, that kind of thing. And and Hubert was kind of supposed to be like that. That's kind of how I developed him. I developed him as being the kind of mentor kind of figure, and but in here he kind of becomes like the initial driver, the primary driver here of figuring things out, which kind of makes it weird. It makes it weird that my main character is not my main character. So I don't know how that will even play out, or if it will even matter. So thinking of different things that John can do. He can go home. He can find. He could find that he. You could learn that John checked out Unicorn Sign Language just because he thought it was strange to begin reading it. In which case he'd have it at his home. Now, having this or knowing this isn't a requirement for anything that happens in the game but at one point John needs to talk to Sir William. Right? They need to communicate with him somehow. And I figured the only way you could do it if you couldn't speak is by sign language. And of course, unicorn sign language sounds kind of goofy. It's like a horse, right? Like you could do sign language with a horse. So either I okay. So let's see something here. What Sir William gets his favorite candy bar, and this is going to be the exact same text, right? What if you wish to go to Caves of Dragon Mount? So, since the portal opening is a part of the story. It's not a choice that you can make whether or not to go through or not. And the only reason to do that to make that a choice is if um, he's gonna end up making the choice later through some different method or something. But the choice is just he's just gonna go through, so that's not going to be a choice. It's gonna be like a cutscene sort of or whatever transition. So let's see here. I guess from right now, I can't really figure out an interesting angle to put on this, other than just kind of telling you. There's not an interesting choice thing here because it's just it's a puzzle because there's no puzzle. The puzzle on the actual ticket and stuff is actually on the the spell casting version. The mailbox doesn't really have a it doesn't have some sort of mystery or some sort of thing like that. I'm starting to get sleepy. And the idea is to have interesting choices here. But he's supposed to get to the portal, and that's kind of the main deal here. Is there anything I could put in there though that would make it interesting? You know, he sent the silver ticket. All he has to do is read the words off. The portal opens. He can step through. Right? And then the question becomes, okay, so let's say he goes home or he goes back to work the next day or whatever. Is there any reason for him to be in Cerulean? Like, do I have a reason? And if I have a reason, like he needs something or he needs to keep something, then it's got to be the reason for both. Uh, for both. In other words, if I needed something, if I needed that unicorn sign language book, if that was part of the story or part of it was the thing that helped me with the puzzle. In other words, I got to communicate with Sir William, but in order to do that, I can only do that if I have the Unicorn Sign Language book, which means if he's cast a spell and if he's brought over to Enchanted Lands already, he doesn't have the book. Then how can he communicate, right? So then the thought is, well, in the story, it can be that he saw it and read it once, and so he's able to do that. So I don't know, I'm kind of stuck here, sort of. Hmm. He pulls open the door of the box, but sings in destination. Okay, so I got an hour and a half, right? Hmm. So, do I want another location? Do I want a couple of locations? Does he go home? Does he have the book there? Does he go home? Nothing happens, and then the next day rolls around, and he's able to go to the library or something. Something's gotta happen, and my eyes are burning because I got allergies, and I don't know why they're acting up right this second. Dang. Okay, gotta think of something. Maybe I should just use Grok or Chat GPT kind of the way I used to use it. In fact, I haven't been on Chat GPT for a while. Maybe I should use that just to do it here. Especially since I might need Grok to help me with my code, which is what I was using it for. Although ChatGPT might be better with code, I don't know right now. Do new window, shrink it down, and let's load ChatGPT. I haven't been on for a while. To your recommendation, Patreon. Oh, yeah. Value analysis. Loop versus funnel. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so I'm working on part of this story where Hubert, the wizard, or halfway Hubert, um, needs to get a silver ticket into the hands of a young man he picked to help him figure out what's going on in the kingdom. I've gotten it to the point where there are two choices. There's a magic mailbox on his desk, which he can place the silver ticket inside and tell it where to send, where to go. In which case, he tells it to uh, send it to John from our realm in the wrapper of his favorite candy bar. Okay, so magic mailbox is choice number one. And I know they didn't really do that much choices on the spell part either, but that's just because it would take a lot more steps, I think. And I don't know, I can still split it up here, maybe even before I continue on. We'll see. Choice number 2 is attempting to cast a spell. Hubert has a problem, though, that is his magic only works halfway, literally in half. Teleport something somewhere, and it only goes half the distance. Want to summon 2 eggs for breakfast? You would get 1. So, I have a series of things where he casts a... Did I say he cast a teleport spell? Was that the first thing that I said in? Um, wait. Okay. If he has those desks, puts them on some magic words. Okay. I guess a teleport spell that ends up sending the ticket into ether. Forget what that's called. Ether. Yeah, I'll just say ether like this. To the ether. Meaning it probably only traveled part way and is now lost. So he tries again and sends a partial ticket which has some words on it that now can't be read because it's now can't be read because part of it's gone. So he tries a different spell called Clone Conjure, where he attempts to make a clone of an object in his possession to another in another place. This only works partly as well, but this time a full ticket that doesn't work, but also has the full spell. Also has the full spell, full message that he has to speak. Okay, so if you choose the spell way, then he's transported instantly to Ganid. Then a portal opens immediately after he says the words. If you choose the magic mailbox, then it's reliable, but it takes longer to get there. And by longer, I mean longer by story, not necessarily path or puzzle. Please acknowledge what I just relayed to you before we continue. We're gonna see we're halfway. He needs to accelerate. Player gets two choices. Choice one, magic mailbox. It works reliably, but the ticket takes longer to arrive from a narrative standpoint, not necessarily more rooms or pages or player time. Right. Choice two, Hubert tries to a teleport spell, but it fails due to his halfway magic. First attempt, the ticket disappears in ether, maybe half a dimension away. Second attempt, only half of a ticket arrives. The message is incomplete or unreadable. He switches to Clone Conjure. It works somewhat better at full ticket, but non-functional. It includes a full verbal incantation message, which is the key. The choice results in a portal opening immediately after he speaks the incantation, possibly opens on John's end as the ticket responds. Yeah, that's probably it. You're building event first flow with two divergent mechanical paths that ultimately achieve the same narrative effect, getting John involved in an adventure with different flavor, tone, and pacing. All this is clear, logical, and hilarious in that beautifully Hebrew way. I don't know why it comes up with how it comes up with this stuff, you know. I know there's a little bit of a memory in the way that ChatGPT's memory works a little bit different than Grok, but it might have a few notes in there. Okay, so I'm just wondering how to present the slow mailbox way. I could put it all in one page. Since it's just something that happens. I can also add a little, what do we say that? Foreshadowing. Basically, later on in the game, you can only communicate with Sir William the Unicorn via unicorn sign language. This is a book that was in Enchanted Lands that somehow got swapped in our realm for one of our standard fairy tale books. So the object is to see this book somehow, that later you can recall. Oh yes, John once read a book about unicorn sign language. Let's see. So instead of just one page, I could add a couple where he gets to walk around the library and find various things until he finds the book. Let's see, what else? I could have it where it's a requirement to have it before he can communicate later. But if I do that, then he won't have the book after choosing the spell option. So I'm just trying to get some idea on what I should do about it. Any suggestions? Uh, okay. Some optional free roam time as Hubert is in his tower. Make it explore 40 bucks. So you accidentally summon a Kraken again. Jokes. Eventually, the unicorn silent. John Arrelp is mysteriously synced to Hubert's trailer. Maybe he sees his books in a dream or in a school library. Has more resonance time. Pros, natural discovery, feels like fun detour, builds curiosity, doesn't require the player to pick it up, but rewards them later if they did. Uh, you want players to pick the spell right to potentially get the book, so why not? When the spell is fired, it accidentally swaps the book in Hubert's study with the one in John's realm. John's fairy tale book shimmers and suddenly becomes the unicorn sign language manual. He's confused but intrigued, and either reads out of curiosity or tosses it aside, and the player remembers it happened. Keeps both roots book viable, makes use of Hubert halfway magic in a chaotic, useful way, builds a strange and magical thread between the two worlds. Option 3, merge the book in the candy bar wrapper. Okay. Silly but thematic, like magical Crackerjack prize, adds humor. Book isn't a requirement, just a shortcut. Instead of making the book mandatory later on, you can have John struggle to communicate without it. But if he has read the book earlier, it locks a smoother or even optional dialogue. Smart and curious village doesn't punish those who choose differently. That's actually well, okay. So the problem is I don't have a state. In other words, the only way I can do that is if I have a completely different set of pages. Uh, the bonus twist won't work because I don't have any way of saving states or remembering things. Being that it's just a CYOA at this point. In order to have something that helps you later on, I would need to create a completely separate set of pages or rooms for this alternate timeline. To but oh no. Okay. No memory, no flags, hidden states, pure. That's a helpful constraint. Core problem, delivery options. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Waiting in the library. The player gets to click through using shelf summaries, eventually finds a weird shimmering brook. Spell path. Book swap. Uh, so reaches okay, bonus option. Use one book page and just link both choices there before continuing John's first. Yeah, I could do that. That way you're not duplicating story logic. You'll need a small flavor of spell. Hmm. Now I will think about it for a few moments. Um, okay, so this is not a bad idea. I guess I might try that, but I guess the problem I'm having is the fact that I need something for John to do for a day in narrative time. While he's waiting for the ticket, he doesn't know he's waiting for it, but we know he's waiting. Um, and then also, um, since the mailbox is slow and the spell versions are instant. You got a pacing mismatch between mailbox path, slow delivery, and spell path instant delivery, but the player shouldn't really feel the mismatch if you want to keep them there, do you? Or to do something for the tickets for something interesting, not so major it derails the flourish, but little branch, yeah, and that wasn't on dad roommate except neighbor since on a totally mundane errand, something weird or whimsical can return this overdue library book. Or the peanut butter again. I refuse to eat his celery stick dry. Yeah, Chat GPT they kind of built some humor into it. That's funny. This mirror we got at the thrift store keeps showing alternate timelines. Can you exchange it? Tickets arrives. You can write 2, 3 fun little slice of life pages. Fills the day pass naturally. You can sprinkle in light world building. Strange bookstore. Odd bookstores never seen before. It's on the street. Mm-hmm. It's a weird vibe, leaves. Very few extra pages. Option 3, Deja Vu Dream. Yeah, see, I'm just using this to kind of bounce ideas off of. I'm not even really to use its ideas. It just it'll spark some ideas in my head here. Okay, I'm getting some ideas here, but I need to continue to bounce ideas before I decide anything definite. So, um, so there's a couple of things here. He works for or with his mom at the library. He's, well, you know, I didn't think about it. Um, well, there's a deal. If I don't mention what John's doing in the crystal ball, and he sees him doing stuff, um, then I could possibly make the two things different. In other words, um, when you decide to do the magic mailbox, maybe he's working at the library. If he's going to do the spell thing, maybe he's just leaving the library or something. Or maybe I can just kind of do it and still do it that way, but where the timeline is that the spell version, the timeline, he's on his way home, and the magic mailbox version, he's actually still at work. So that technically means he's like earlier in the day, technically. And that way you can be like, okay, so if I say he's at the crystal ball, he sees John working at the library. And then the next page can be, um, he's John stops at the store and gets his candy bar, and then comes all this kind of the spell thing, and that's another thing I'm gonna have to figure out. Um, does John just figure out what to do automatically, or is there some extra stuff he's got to do in there? Hmm. Okay. At least I'm starting to hone in on what I want. He works for the small library. So he can see the book in there. I was thinking how to reconcile the fact that he's walking home from work when he receives a ticket in his candy bar wrapper. Um, but for time to pass on the magic mailbox route, um, so you can see I was thinking I had to reconcile the fact that he's walking home from work when he receives a ticket in the candy bar wrapper. But for time to pass uh, on the magic mailbox route, um, I don't know. Or decide anything in definite. Brain popcorn mode, whatever that means. Chore Goblin, Mirror Glitch, game cartridge. Mm. Time Blink, Strange Broadcast, Serious Animal. The personality of these things, right? Okay. Hmm. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what does John do all day? He goes to work at the library with his mother. So obviously he can see the book in there. I can put this all on one page, or I can think of something interesting for him to do. And I don't remember exactly where I put the fairy tale books. The fairy tale books, that's in the Fairy God College library, isn't it? Right? That's where they're holding all them princesses. Or a couple of pages. Obviously, he doesn't get it. Add returns. Hmm. Epic Dream, Library Gamer Puzzle. Can't miss something. I like the donation box idea though. Although what happens is it swaps places, so it probably wouldn't be in the donation box. Checks like this. John clocks in, handles returns, finds weird books. Where he keeps in his mind in the scene for Shiny Beat something. Huh. Um, I guess I'm needing to come up with a reason for this bit of work to be in the story in the first place. I can put everything into one page. John goes home after a good night's sleep. John returns to his job at the library. While perusing making sure each book is in its proper section, comes across a strange book called Unicorn Sign Language for Beginners. Um, okay. not knowing where to put it, he takes it to the reference desk and then goes on, then continues with his work. This is just a one-room version before he goes back to the store to get his favorite candy bar for the day. This is fairly quick and easy, but there's nothing that I can think of that would constitute a sort of puzzle such as you can manage in a CY way. I'm just coming up to the thing. I'm just trying to solidify some ideas. So structured page simulate like one this. There's something out of the book with shimmering cover that wasn't there. Well, it would be the fairy tale section, wouldn't it? Because it actually switches with a fairy tale, so that's not a bad idea, anyways. Read a random page. Try to reshelve it yourself. You just would have meant the creatures won't fit. Book keeps nudging back out. Oh, so yeah, I could do that as choices, huh? You give me the right idea. Choices on what to do with your book. That doesn't feels that that makes it interactive. It would actually show up in the fairy tale section anyways, because later on in the game, Beauty and the Beast storybook shows up in Enchanted Lands. Fairy God Library. So it literally swaps places. I could have John try to put them somewhere. Hey, Greg, welcome. Yeah, great. You finally managed to make it. That's cool. You know, people have things to do, and what is it, weekday? People are working on the day. Um, so, or they're asleep. Sometimes it kind of depends if it's halfway around the world. Like in the UK, it's like 5 hours ahead of me, and right now it's 12:45 p.m. here Eastern time. So in the UK, it's like 5:45, and then you go a couple hours more if you want like India or someplace. I had several people from India actually coming in here, but yeah, and that's cool. And you can leave whenever you want, and you can pop in whenever you want. That's cool. Half the time I'm pretty boring, even though I'm trying to come up with stuff for the game. I'm actually working on a actual game part of the game here, where I have these two paths, and so basically on this one point in the story, um, okay, so his name, okay, so originally his name was Harold. I called him Harold, but because of the similarity to Harry Potter, I was just gonna. At first, I was gonna go like, well, I'll put that as an in joke, and then later I was like, eh, I don't really want to copy Harry Potter. I'm not trying to do that, but in any case, I was calling him Halfway. Halfway was supposed to be his name, Halfway Harold, because he only has half of his magic, like literally half of his magic. Um, you try to conjure up two things and you only get one. You try to teleport something to some destination and it only goes halfway there. That sort of thing. And so there's two ways to get now. Now, in order to get into Enchanted Lands, you need a Quicksilver ticket. This magical mineral that Enchanted Lands runs on is nicknamed Quicksilver. I might come up with like a pseudo scientific kind of name later, but but it's this magical mineral, and whenever they need something magical, um, they use this mineral. Other than since Hubert is a wizard, he can cast spells and stuff, but certain things are just they're magical because they're infused with this quicksilver. And so you need some quicksilver in order to be able to go into Enchanted Lands. And so I have this idea that he sends him a silver ticket. But okay, so here's the problem. The the one problem was that he's got only half of his magic, so he's gonna have to do some sort of rigmarole to actually be able to cast any spells that deal magically that would send this ticket to him. So and then the other way that I figured out because originally it's just going to be one way that he sends him the ticket, which is a magic mailbox. And the reason I came up with this is because for one thing, I was thinking of a way he knows his magic doesn't work right. It works partially, and so he figures he's gonna have to send the ticket another way. But then I thought about it for a second. And I went, well, how do tourists get their tickets, right? Once they put once they pay all this money and somehow they magically get their tickets, and I'm kind of going, well, maybe they have these like magic mailboxes that they stick stuff into, and then all they have to do is say destination, and it automatically goes there, magically goes there. And so I kind of solved two things. I solved the method that happens um, with um, I just thought of something, and it's not distracting me. But just give me a sec. But so it solved the deal about how do tourists get their magic tickets. But then it also gave me a way for Hubert to be able to send it. But then as I was thinking, I was looking at the page and I was kind of going, well, how can I introduce like some interesting choices in here? It's a choose your own adventure version. This phase is choose your own adventure. So which will eventually it'll have proper puzzles and stuff because I'll be adding a parser, and then later on it'll be a point and click. And so I'm kind of going, okay, well, let's just add a little extra in here, and I just kind of come up with. He's going to have to do a couple of different spells in order for to be able to do this. And so what I come up with is that he has a teleportation spell that he does, and of course, the problem is it would only go halfway. So sometimes teleporting something, it'll end up like who knows where, right? And it end up disappearing basically. So he does that. He tries to send a ticket by teleporting it, and eventually it does go all the way across, but the only half of the ticket's there. And on the ticket, there are these words that you have to say in order for a portal to open. So 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 once he's got the part with the Quicksilver. Now he's got to figure out something else, and so he comes up with this kind of spell that I call it clone conjure, which basically is you have an object in front of you and you clone it in a different location, and it's supposed to work better than a teleportation because teleportation actually moves something elsewhere, and what this does is it kind of summons in place in a different location. Anyways, it's not like I have any real logic to it. It's just something sort of made up, but it sounds believable or plausible, I guess. So there's a plausibility where you could send things much farther if you're cloning them rather than sending them. If you send them, and sometimes it's too far. Maybe it's too far, and but in this case, actually, the teleportation works, but it just because his magic doesn't work correctly. So I was going, okay, so he conjures up this ticket on John's side, and but the ticket is uh is inactive. It doesn't have any Quicksilver in it, but it has the full passphrase on it that the incantation, I guess, that John can say to open a portal because now he's got he's got some Quicksilver in the half of the ticket that he's got, but then he's got the full phrase on the other ticket, and actually, I haven't really thought that one completely through. I have to actually go in and rewrite some stuff so that well, I actually have to rewrite it so to where John discovers it and where he figures out what to do and stuff. Because at this point, he doesn't know nothing from nothing. So, but then I went, okay, so the spell thing is instant, would be instant. So as soon as the spell worked, as soon as he got the tickets, he'd be able to open a portal right then. So I was going, well, why would Hubert want to? Why would he choose the spell over the magic mailbox? Because the magic mailbox is reliable, it doesn't use his own magic, so it doesn't do anything. So what's the reason for actually having this extra choice? Because you need the yeah, well, yeah, and it's going to be in there for sure because, like I said, it solves a few problems that I had originally. But so but I'm thinking in my head, if you could do magic and instantly do magic, and um, how do I say it? Um, the magic mailbox, if it works instantly and reliably, why would you use your own magic that you know was faulty? And the answer is you wouldn't. And as a player, you'd be reading it and you'd be going, well, why didn't you just use the stupid mailbox? What Or they just choose the mailbox because that's the more logical thing to do. And so I thought, well, you know what? Maybe the magic mailbox is like snail mail. Like email's instant, but snail mail takes a couple of days or up to a week or whatever, depending on what the priority is and what location it is and stuff. So you can get it in a day or a day or two. So I figured that the magic mailbox is reliable, but it's slow. So he's got to have some stuff to do in the meantime. So that's what I was coming up with here, and I was deciding whether or not to uh when he gets it, whether or not he's going to whether I'm gonna have a page here. Maybe the postage requires a token that you only have a limited amount of. Yeah, that's an idea. But I was just thinking of the idea is it would take longer, so that John would have to do some stuff. He'd have to fill some time in. But I'm kind of going in my head. I'm going, well, I could do it in one page where it just acts like the other one, where it's instant to the player, like they read it and then they go on to the next page. But in doing that, there's no extra choices. There's no kind of extra, I don't know, extra incentive, right? You might as well be reading a book. So I'm going to go in. Okay, so what can he do? When while he's waiting for the ticket, he doesn't know he's waiting for the ticket because he hasn't got anything yet. But what can he do? And so I've been actually chatting with ChatGPT because I might need Grok later for programming. And I don't know what's better. This might be better for programming for all I know, or neither one might be very good. It doesn't really matter. Anyways, so this is actually what I was trying to come up with. I was trying to think of a way. Well, um, I could put a page in there, so each can be like a single page, and there's nothing interesting going on, no interaction. And I was going, well, what do I do? What do I do to provide interaction? Well, I also have this thing part in the story where Sir William the Unicorn, he can't speak, right? He was knight that was turned into a unicorn by witch, right? So Sir our heroes basically John. There's the princess named her name's Karen, and then Hubert, halfway Harold, whatever I decide to call him, the wizard. They're forced to go through Lapswood, or basically the Forest of Forgetfulness kind of thing, where like the longer you go into this forest, the more you lose your memory. And so in the middle of it, they come across a unicorn, and he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just kind of sitting there, and of course he can't talk to him. But then I come up with this funny idea that maybe maybe they could talk to him via like sign language. I mean, it sounds dumb. Unicorn sign language. It's like a horse sign language, right? It's like what do they do with their hooves and stuff, and 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 it's just this funny thing I thought up, and I was going, oh yeah, I remember reading this weird book about unicorn sign language, and so then he communicates to Sir William that ways. And so part of the things I want to do is I'll be setting that up a little bit by showing um, if you're in the library, you'll see this book called Unicorn Sign Language that kind of doesn't belong there because it's just kind of weird. And so I'm going. Well, maybe John sees that, and of course there won't be any foreshadowing if you choose the spell path. You won't know about it, but really it was just a kind of a throwaway line, like, "Oh yeah, I remember this book," But now that I have this dealie where John you have to go around for a day in uh, in John's realm. John's realm is our realm, and I actually named these realms based on like color. Like Karen comes from Verdance, and that's green, and our realm's called Cerulean because I was just thinking of different like names for blue, and then Bob Ross. If you ever watch Bob Ross's painting show, you notice a lot of times he uses this blue called cerulean blue, which is kind of like a sky blue, I guess. And so I figured our realm could be called Cerulia because it's like we're on Earth, like we call our planet the blue marble sometimes because it looks like a blue marble from space. And so I figured I call it Cerulia. But basically he's in our realm, and so he's got to have something to do. So I was thinking I could either put a single page in there, or I could have it branch off a little bit. And I was trying to think of, well, what can I have him do in the meantime? I mean, other than being able to spot the book, he doesn't really have that much to do, and really it's kind of makes it a little bit un unimportant to the story. So that's where I was just coming up. So when I was talking with ChatGPT, it suggested just um, adding some interaction. That's not really a puzzle, but it kind of feels like a puzzle, sort of. And then this is what it came up with, right? He goes home. He sees the unicorn sign language for the beginners. Uh, there's no due decimal number, no barcode. It's not from here, that's for sure. And tries to take the reference S, read a random page, try to reshuffle it yourself. And I was thinking, you know what? That's probably a good idea. I could have it. I could have him just do kind of random things. Try to store it somewhere else. In fact, um, there's a there's a point in the story later to the unicorn sign language thing is funny. As at one point you're in Fairy God College and you're in the library, and the library is where Violet Moonshadow, who's kind of the right hand woman of Max, our main bad guy. She's captured all the princesses, would be princesses. So these are actually tourists that came to Enchanted Lands so they could become a princess for a day, and so they went to Princess Prep, um, and Violet managed to kidnap him, bring him over to Fairy God College, and trap him in the library. In fact, trap him in these fairy tale books. And one of the books gets swapped. The unicorn sign language, which is in the library, it's not in the fairy tale section, but it's in the library, gets swapped with a fairy tale with Beauty and the Beast, and um, and this swapping happens like way before, because I think the thing I came up with was that uh, the reason that Violet turned Sir William into a unicorn is she read somewhere about someone being turned into a beast. And so the idea is that she read that Beauty and the Beast fairy tale that got somehow managed to get transported into Enchanted Lands, um, which I haven't really come up with an explanation of how they got swapped or whatever. But so yeah, so there's this kind of this interesting kind of corollary. So Unicorn Sign Language in our realm, and he looks at that, and of course, if you choose a spell path, there won't be that foreshadowing. But originally, to me, it was just kind of like this throwaway line, like, and so now I've actually written it into the story now. So that's where I'm at right now. That's what I've been doing for since 11:30. Well, since 11:45, because it still takes me a ton of time to get ready here. So yeah, so I'm gonna I take my break at 1:30, and so I'll continue to work on the story stuff until then, and then I'll switch over to some code, some scripting, and right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to in the script I'm trying to I want to make visual door and visual room, which is the visual part is these boxes, right, and these little colored squares with the lines and stuff. That's the visual part. So I want to make the visual room uh, have access to the original room class. And right now, the way this is written is these are actual duplicate scripts. In other words, Visual Room has all the functionality of Room in there, but with this extra visual stuff. And so later on today, I'm starting to move all the door related stuff here in the editor wrap into the Visual Room class, and eventually I'm going to put members in Visual Room and Visual Door. I'm going to put the door and room as members in there, and then so I can so that the game can run with just the room itself, and whenever I make a change to the room, it will automatically be updated in Visual Room, and so I got a lot of stupid code junk to do there. Anyways, that's what I've been working on so far for a while here. So Hubert pulls open the door on the box, puts a single silver ticket into it, and then says the destination out loud: John Thomas Cerulia, Benny Wonky Chocolate Bar. Oh, inside the wrapper. Hubert then just waits. Hit one to continue. And then that's where we come to this one. Now this is where we come to John, and I just basically I duplicated this for these three rooms because this is going to be the spell path here from here to here, and this is going to be the mailbox path from here to here. And then this is finally when he opens the portal. He opens the portal down in this one when I get done with it. So here right now I need to come up with the thing that he does during the day and the probably the choices. So yeah. So I'm still considering things, and I think I've decided too that that at this point, if you're using the mailbox one, then it's earlier in the daytime. If you're using the spell based one, it's after he's coming home from work. So this one, he's not yet uh, gone home yet. And then here is where he actually opens the portal. So I gotta write some stuff here. John's leaving work and walking home. So in here, he's not gonna be and actually you're not gonna be going to the caves of Dragonmount. Instead, here uh here I just say hit one to continue that, and then okay, so he's working at the library right now, I guess. John, okay, so first, what do I say about here, this one? Pitch John pulls up info about him, sees him enter a convenience store. Okay, so here is where I kind of screwed myself up a little bit. I mean, I didn't really because of the way it was supposed to work. Uh, Sees him enter a convenience store to grab a Benny Wonky bar. Hubert figures to send a silver ticket to the candy bar John has just purchased. Okay. So I'll just change this slightly to what he does rather than seeing him do this thing. Um, Here, I'll just go ahead and write it underneath and then delete it afterwards. Hubert picks John and finds out he works at a library with his mom. And every day goes to goes and buys his favorite candy bar, a wonky bar. Okay. Um, um, let's see. Hubert. Let's see. He's going to find a way to send John a silver ticket, and so Hubert looks at his desk for let's see, how do I say this? Okay. He figure he figures to send the ticket via candy bar. And then on his desk he has three hats of various styles from which the king cast magic spells with. There's also a large box, so it almost looks like a safe little door. On the front of the box, there's a small label of trees, magic mailbox 00, number 001 of 100, property of Halfway Hebert. There we go. Then I can go ahead and take this one off here. And that way now I'm not restricted to him having been at the library at the time. And now when I go here, magic mailbox, is busily working at the library trying to make sure there are no books in the wrong section. When he comes across a book entitled Unicorn Sign Language for Dummies, Unicorn Sign Language for Dummies. I don't know if I could get away with saying for dummies, as that's I think it's a copyrighted or it's trademarked. I forget. Maybe I shouldn't do it for dummies. And somebody also has a for idiots set, so something dumb for the unintelligent or something. I was gonna say for beginners, but I was thinking for dummies series. In fact, let me go look something up here with regards to that. Let's see. Try to put them some. Give me a few moments to continue to ponder the situation. Okay. Okay, so for dummies. What are the for dummies books? Okay. I'm gonna use Brave Leo's. It's search deal. I know what for dummies is because I've read a couple of them and stuff. But series of instructional reference books that aim to provide non-intimidating guides for readers new to various topics. Covers a wide range of subjects from technology to health to hobbies and personal finance. The books are known for their distinctive yellow and black covers, featuring the Dummies Man cartoon figure. They're designed to be accessible, offering simple, direct prose with bold icons to highlight important passages. DOS for Dummies. I think C for Dummies was the first one. I think, or is it C for Dummies? Anyways, what other book series copied the for Dummies books? We'll see what it says. Because there's one for idiots, and then, I don't know. Several book series are similar to the For Dummies series, including the beginner-friendly guides and variety of topics. Complete Idiot's Guide, right? With different aesthetic, featuring blue covers instead of yellow. Actually, a Complete Idiot's Guide, I also thought it was orange. Anyways, big ideas simply explained. Published by DK. The Everything Guide. Very short introductions. So, I guess the Complete Idiot's Guide is most closely akin to For Dummies. Are there no others that use sort of condescending names like idiot for a dummy. Complete as guys are well known for their approachable, offer humor styles. However, some readers found the names condescending. Very short introductions for beginners, easy steps, missing manual, Black and Decker, home repair. Okay, so suggestion to mimic for dummies or idiots guide. Any suggestions? Maybe they'll come up with a few suggestions that I can, for the complete moron or something, I don't know. Actually, I uh want to come up with a title for a fictional book series like those with another condescending type of name. Let's see if it comes up with anything. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. For novices, for newbies, for beginners, for the clueless, for the lost, the perplexed, the uninitiated, for the befuddled. The befuddled. Yeah, that's not actually too bad. The bewildered, confused, the inept. Do yourself project for the inept. That actually doesn't sound like I have a bad for an actual book series for the utterly confused. Yeah, the inept will be more considered for working, you know, like gardening for the inept or something. Utterly confused, hopelessly clueless. I just have to come up there. I wonder. Okay, so I wonder if there's a here. Is there another? Whoop, another synonym? Uh, that starts with the letter B that also means bewildered and befuddled. Because three, if I can have three of them, it would sound funny to me. Bemused, befuddled, bemused, bewildered. Um, for the bemused, befuddled, bewildered beginner. I mean, I know it's getting a little crazy, but this is comedy, right? Bemused, bewildered, befuddled, bemused, bewildered, befuddled beginner. How about just the strap? How about forget that bemused? Unicorn sign language for the bewildered and befuddled beginner. How about that? Okay, I'll leave it like that. Um, John tries to figure out the book. Okay. The book has no barcode or Dewey decimal number or any kind of sticker or label. External label. He looks around the library to decide what section it belongs in. Okay, so I'm actually going to go early as far as my break goes. So, anyways, if you're gone, thanks, and you see this later, thanks, Greg, for stopping by. If you're not gone, thanks for stopping by, and maybe I'll see you later sometime, or talk to you later sometime. But I'm going to be going on the break for about 30 minutes, till about 2 o'clock my time. And so I'm going to go ahead and save room data. That seems to work okay. All right, let's go. Let's go to switch to break, and I'll be back. Okay, I am gonna cut the mic, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Back, and I'm back. Yeah, I know, I took a long time. But probably there's not that many people on here, like usual. I need to figure out how to I don't know. I need to figure out how to up my game somehow. Okay. 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 So the question is, how should I handle this? Let's go back to this one. Read a random page. Resell it yourself. Okay. Looks around the library to decide what section it belongs in. Um, hmm. I think I'll have to come back to this anyways, because there's a couple things here. One is it got to be a passage of time, which means that it's got to be, after work the next day, that sort of thing. I could just do an extra deal. Actually, you know what? He could actually read it, couldn't he? Hmm. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to messing with the script here, and I'll work on more of that portion of the story on Monday, I guess. So, metadata. Okay. Okay, let's go to little rooms. So add room to editor map has been done. What about assign inbound rooms? Let's go to assign inbound rooms. Build door and room doors. Room sticks has door at destination. Assign inbound. Room stick to destination. Step 2. Reorder inbound items to favorite parents exported. Cleared all the inbound rooms arrays. For door and doors. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can make sure. Wait a second. Assign inbound. Step 2. For room. Resort the doors. Oh. Populate the doors array. Hmm. I'm just staring at my code because I'm trying to figure out, well, how do I get the door access out of there? I don't want anything external access from the door. I want the room to have access to the doors only. Hmm. Custom. Oh. Okay. Forgot. I have the cover over my webcam, which is kind of okay right now. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything done today. Inside inbound rooms, uh, needs access to the doors, but I need to make sure that it doesn't do anything with the doors. I need to all access through the room to rebuild the inbound rooms arrays for each room. Rooms and rooms dictionary values for door and room doors. If rooms dictionary has the destination room that has the key to the current door's destination, then the destination room equals rooms.dict.door.destination. I am yawning a lot because I am having a hard time concentrating. Okay. I'm gonna pull up Grok, I think. Let's go do that. Just a just a cleaning cloth that I cover the camera with. Let's go ahead and go to Grok. Check the history. Why is it having a problem here? Okay, it's Friday, the 30th, and I'm continuing trying to limit door access to the room, visual room class. Needs acknowledge. Okay. I don't want you just to rewrite this function, but I want some suggestions how to decouple the door info from the function here. Okay. Please keep date short size. The door destination is kind of integral, and so I'm not really sure. I didn't want it to provide code, though. Isn't that what I said? I guess I didn't say it explicit enough. Like update inbound rooms. This pre-step and step one loops the single loop. Set inbound rooms in visual room. Um, okay. Oh, stick values. Rooms that has destination and variant destinations. RM range. Sort inbound rooms. Inbound does not equal room stick, and room stick has inbound. Or inbound rooms equals room stick inbound data dot append. Function sort doors. All right, door data equals 0 for door and doors. If rooms it has that door dot destination. Destination x equals, yeah. Okay. For room in rooms, ticked values, update inbound rooms. This decouples door access by encapsulating all door-related operations in the visual room, leaving editor map to orchestrate high-level logic. Why are we looping 3 times? Is it just so updating and sorts work on complete set of rooms? We're kind of doing that already, is what it's saying. Are designed to ensure the updates and sorts operate in a complete and consistent set of rooms. Breakdown, current loop structure. Yeah, we're doing. Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Clearing them, setting entries to reason for separate loop. This step requires the data for step 1 by resetting all rooms inbound. Doing this in a single pass ensures no rooms inbound rooms retains old data before rebuilding, avoiding partial updates if interleaved with other logic. Populates inbound rooms for each room based on the destination of the doors. Step modifies inbound rooms with destination rooms combined with pre-step or step 2 might overwrite data. Yeah, depends on inbound rooms already being fully populated. Okay, step 3 sort doors. The destination rooms and updates visuals. Cars. Clear and rebuild inbound rooms at 1 pass per room. But you need to ensure no rooms inbound rooms is read before it's cleared. This might require a 2-pass approach within the loop. Sort inbound rooms and doors in 1 loop. If update door visuals can handle unsorted inbound rooms temporarily with the risk visual failure. Single room loop per room can handle all steps sequentially. Clear, build, resort. But we need to manage the dependencies, ensuring inbound rooms are sorted before doors that might complicate logic. Clearer and safer. Um, hey Rook, welcome to the stream. I have about 45 minutes left, it looks like. So on this half, I am actually just I'm just working towards decoupling visual room and door and inheriting room and door into the classes, visual room classes. Okay, so I could probably reduce the current assigned inbound rooms refactor to 3 distinct functions for actually doing them, correct? let's have three functions. Function one. Bring the function three parts makes each subparts clear and easier to debug or modify. Prepares the code for the next phase, moving these in. Move each piece in the visual room as methods, as suggested earlier, to fill and decouple. Yeah, right. Okay. Now, what do I do? Let's see. Room, okay, inbound array equals inbound rooms. Okay, so it's just copying that into an array. Or it's actually doing a reference. It's not really actually copying it. Door indoors. Okay. Wait. For IM range, inbound rooms at size. Inbound array. Okay. Here. I'm going to do just a small refactoring, and it should be completely fine. I shouldn't need to do anything significant here. Okay, so let's do something. Instead of var, let's have inbound array. Let's just go ahead and do this directly. Okay, let's do something here. Okay, Control C, B, and let's just go ahead and okay. Now let's go ahead and take inbound rooms and that. Shouldn't do anything. Save room data. Five, three, two, four, six. As inbounds. Okay, good. So what are you up to, Rook? Okay, let's go back to script. I'm gonna go ahead and just modify this as I see fit. Rooms. Oh, that's why it doesn't matter. That's why Grok says to I can combine the pre-step and the step one, because this is inbound rooms. This is the current room. This is the current room. This is the door indoors. So I can actually say room. So I can actually actually literally move that into. Okay, so I could literally the pre-step into step one by placing it before the first door in loop. Yes, absolutely correct. Okay. So let's just go ahead and do that. Control C, B, that, and let's just go ahead and Control K that. Okay. Reload save scene. 2D. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's just go ahead and have that. Reload save scene. Interesting. Very interesting. That means I couldn't do that. Hmm. See what this said. Let's see if it shows it. Proposed change. Huh. Combining one step and step one. Step one. Somehow stopped rooms from being assigned. Actually, clears out. Doesn't work. I probably want to put a whole bunch of other crap on there. Because the order in which the rooms are processed and how inbound rooms is updated. Two loops. Precept clears all rooms. Inbound rooms are raised first, ensuring a clean slate. This step will rebuild inbound rooms for each destination room by adding the source room's ID to the first empty slot. This guarantees that when the room's doors are processed, the destination room's inbound rooms is in a predictable state, either empty or partially. By clearing out before processing that room's doors, you're clearing rooms incrementally. Room A door points to room B, which hasn't been cleared yet, because it comes later in the loop. Room B inbound rooms might already have stale data. Room A tries to add its ID to room B's inbound rooms by finding empty slots. A door points to B. B door points to C. C door points to A. Because all the inbound rooms A, B, C are empty. Step 1 process A adds A to B's inbound rooms. B adds B to C's inbound rooms, and C adds all links are captured. Combined processed. I think it's because it keeps clearing. Ensures all inbound arrays are cleared before any room tries to write to them. This prevents overwriting or missing links due to stale data, which is critical when rooms have interconnected door destinations. Since combining doesn't work, you should keep them separate for now to maintain correctness. So I've actually, okay. All right. Hmm. Inbound links to favorite parent's X coordinate. Rooms. Reset the doors. Okay. Resort or resort? Mm-hmm. Clear Down rooms. And I am going to go ahead and call it, well, Rooms for Rooms Dictionary. I actually think I have rooms as the, yeah. Um, room list. Okay. But we're going to change RoomSdict to room list because it's going to eventually be via the other class. Anyways, room list. Okay. And let's do this here. Here and down rooms. Okay, duty, reload, save scene, and save data. Yeah, some of this doesn't exist, which is okay. Okay. That seemed to work. Okay. Okay. Rebuild. Room list. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna see if this one works. May or may not work. Say room data. Reload, save scene. Okay. Your inbound links. List. Okay. Huh. You can see I'm like dozing off here, man. Reorder inbound rooms. Okay. Yeah, let's go down here. Let's do what I said here, and Control C. V. Actually, let's make sure. Rebuild rooms dictionary. Okay, that's different. That's rebuilding room. Room list. Room list. Right. Rooms dict. Okay, reorder inbound rooms. Script. Okay. Reorder inbound rooms. And then resort the doors. Clear, rebuild, reorder. Clear, rebuild, reorder. Let's go ahead. And yeah, I know. There we go. Okay, inbound, clear inbound, reorder inbound, resort doors. Resort doors. Resort doors. Must. Yeah, I know what you expected. Okay. Resort the doors. See. Okay. Resort doors. Room state. Okay. Okay. Scene. See, reload save scene. Okay. Wait a minute, what's the problem? What do I do? Oh. B? Okay, okay. Uh, set. Data. Did I get thing in there? Did I? Wonder. Ooh, somebody complaining in Blender. This time I got a complaint. I usually post every day, every weekday. So it's time for me to stop doing everything here. Yes, I will have to. Okay. Somebody actually finally got tired of me posting links into the Blender IRC channel. I'm not even doing the editing anymore, so I mean editing on screen. I'm still using Blender to edit, but oh, that's why. Reload, save scene. Okay, and everything actually looks good, honestly. Script. Okay, room list, room list. Reorder inbound rooms, resort. Let's capitalize S for sort. Resort. I want resort doors. It's resort doors. Okay. Yeah, somebody suggested something like a link tree, and I was thinking of something like that. Actually, that's why I was thinking about doing Patreon that ways. Thinking of maybe making Patreon, and it'll actually be one link then that ways. The I was gonna say, also since I'm no longer streaming video editing, still using Blender DSE and still planning on using Blender later in my game. Okay, so it looks like everything works like it did. So what I need to do now is just go ahead and here. Um, what am I interested in? What am I doing here? All right, let's just go ahead and let's remove this extra stuff out here. We're gonna remove this actual code out. You can always redo it. Okay, delete that. And delete the restart doors. Okay. All right, that looks like it works okay. I think it does. I think it does. Alrighty. Okay, let's do this. Reload save scene. Okay, everything looks good. Then say room data. Everything still looks good. And so good. Okay, so let's go ahead and push this to GitHub. Um, okay, so it changes meta files, changes a couple JSON files. Fair map T scene. Okay, so factored. Happens. Okay, let's go ahead and push that. It is almost time for me to go now. So the idea being that I think I can just copy all these as is too. Okay, so let's try it. Let's see if we can try this. And what it means is all I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and take these functions that I just created. Not rebuild rooms dictionary. That's its own thing. But inbound rooms ones, right? Clear inbound rooms, rebuild, reorder, resort. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do here, sorry about that, zoning out. Wait a second, shoot. Okay, copy. We are going to go into visual room and we are going to put rebuild doors. All right, I don't have a rebuild doors. I have a resort doors, which is different. Okay, what problem did it have? 308. Uh, okay. Can I reload it? Let's go changes. Let's go to visual room again. Or you. Okay, save it. Problem. Scene, reload, save scene. Still no problem. Okay, good. Everything is good. Uh, and then one final thing before I call it quits today, which is taking these and oh, okay. I'm gonna have to extract out the outer loops, I think. Let's check something here. Room and rooms list dot values. Okay. It works fine, but doing them is something else. See how I did it. Ah, there's my problem. There's my problem. Okay. So let me try something. Door data. Door data.clear. Okay. I'm gonna see something here because I think. Wait. Well, let me check something out. Inbound data. I think I can put all these because it's like clear it each time. Clear inbound rooms. Rebuild inbound rooms. Okay, let's do the thing here. We'll take this out and we'll put it in here. Okay. Restart doors and I guess those are the only two. It's the only one that had the external data. That's the only other one that had the external. And the rest of this did not have that. Okay. Cutie. Scene. The safe scene. And actually look. Okay. What did I Oh, 2D's okay, 2D's what I wanted. Alright. Save. Reload save scene. No errors. Okay. Save room data. No errors there. Everything works. Good. Now I can go back in here and I can for each one of these. What? Keep forgetting room. Door data for door and doors. I thought that I'd be doing this would be making this easier to migrate. Okay. I don't actually need to do this. I still need to pass the room list in, right? Okay, this is fine. So what I actually need to do though is in Visual Room I need to go and extract those other deals out. Clear inbound rooms. Okay. So let's here let's we're gonna do that this way. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna do that. All right. It doesn't know what room is. That's okay. We're gonna rename this as self and rename this with self. Oh, that self-modulate. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna delete that. Tab. Door in room doors. Okay, yes. Right. Self. Self. Self-modulate. Okay. Okay, let's one thing this doesn't do door data. These neither one of these do door data, right? Rebuild inbound rooms does do that. Wait. Reorder and resort. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Do the same thing here. And for room. Okay, and it doesn't know what room is, so we're gonna put self here. And we're gonna put self. Okay, reorder rooms. Okay, self. Okay, that's fine. Resort rooms. Do the same thing here. Oh, okay. There we go. Self. Okay, that should work. Hopefully. Now let's go back to editor map. And we're actually going to do this here. Okay, right there, right there. All right. What doing? Oh, I see. Yeah, tab, tab, tab. Okay. Wait a second. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. Doesn't mean it'll work. It means it should work. All I have to do is make sure that's cleared out. It's save room data. Reload save scene. That did not work at all. Okay, let's see what the script. Oh, oh. Of course it didn't work. I probably shouldn't have saved anything because now everything's screwed up. Dang it. I don't know if this will be able to be fixed, but we'll see. Since it relies on doors, it doesn't rely on anything else. 2D. Save. Reload save scene. That's great. Why do I have a billion things here? Save room data. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know if that's right. Cancel. Okay, let's do. I'm gonna do one thing first before, just to make sure. Delete. Okay. Save. Save scene. No. The doors are correct. The incomings aren't correct, but I'm not sure why it continues like that. I'm not sure what I did wrong. Okay, let me do one more thing here, which is this. Okay. Clear inbound rooms. Six. Uh, rebuild inbound. Rebuild inbound rooms. 6. Reorder inbound rooms. 6. Resort inbound. What's it called? Resort inbound. Oh, wait a minute. Resort doors. So resort doors. Resort. That. Okay. Save, reload, save scene. 2D. Okay, everything here appears like it's supposed to. Okay, good. It does mean that I'm a little bit off on the things, the certain things. So if I hit save, let's see, yeah. Inbound restores. Okay. If I save room data, it should be the same way. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. All right. So I'm gonna have to continue with that resorting thing tomorrow, or on Monday. I mean, that tomorrow. Okay. Let me do my quick record thing, which is dumb because I haven't really done that much. I made a little bit of progress, but I haven't really. Okay. Give me a sec. Today is Friday, May 30th, 2025, and today I just I did modify one of these. Where is it at? I think I modified not this one. Oh, yeah, the whole unicorn sign language. So I chatted with ChatGPT about some stuff related to the story, breaking up the magic mailbox sequence into a few more interactive elements, and then I switched the script and I switched to Grok and started to refactor some of these so I could put these into the room class itself. But it didn't work too well, so I had to resort back to this, and now this looks like it's supposed to. Anyways, that's pretty much all I've got for today. Okay, well, that'll do me for today. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching, and I'll probably see you on Monday. So, yeah, thank you for watching.